My name is Jordan Henshaw.
And my name is Kelly Raybon.
I'm the mechanic.
And I'm the journalist. Together we're try and prove it.
Someone has been charged with aggravated murder and is facing the death penalty, so we better figure it out, right?
How do we tell the difference between an assertion that is true and an assertion that is false?
You've got to start with all of the evidence, and you don't have all the evidence just yet.
Okay, well, I have no idea. But it's a dot.
Where's the dot?
Right there.
Science is not absolute. It doesn't say this is what happened for sure. It says this is the best explanation we have.
3, start sequence. 1. If one picture is worth 1,000 words, one field demonstration is worth 100 internet conspiracy theories. I'm gonna ask something at the risk of, being wrong, okay? But we're all just friends here. We're all just talking.
Good morning, everyone. We are here very early well, it's not actually early in the morning, but for me, it feels like it's pretty early in the morning. Not as early in the morning as the stakeout stream before the prelim hearing, not quite as early as those mornings, but I have my coffee. I think Kelly's coffee is on the way, hopefully.
On the way.
Half hour. And I've had my breakfast, and I think Kelly will here shortly as well. We have a debate coming up on the PBD channel over here between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. And hopefully we can stream the video on our stream. Hopefully we can restream it without any issues. But if we have any issues, or if the stream cuts or anything like that, please let us know. But hopefully we can play it here directly. But as an alternative, if it doesn't work, if we get our stream cut or whatever happens, then we could end up having to just have you watch it on your own device. And it's kind of like what the NFL streamers do sometimes. So how are you doing this morning, Kelly?
Wow. Well, did we even sleep last night? We were just here. No, I'm doing great. How about you?
Doing great. I slept very well, actually.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Okay. So, what? Now I have to ask, how did you sleep?
I slept fine.
All right.
With visions of debates and insults and pseudo facts dancing in my head. How about that?
Did you see our thumbnail? I think you saw our thumbnail last night. You didn't see our thumbnail?
I saw it. Yeah. I did see it yesterday. I think.
Someone commented that it was a really good thumbnail. And I think it's a pretty good thumbnail too.
Yeah, I did see people commenting on that as well. And I guess have we officially closed the voting?
We're supposed to have, but secret. Let me tell you a secret. I have not figured out how to turn it off yet. So I really haven't tried to turn it off yet. So if anyone still wants to vote, you can technically still vote.
We have someone who's interested in helping us out with production. I don't know if you are still interested in that automation, or if you have already been scooped up by somebody else. But
the issue that we have is an AV sync issue. Our lip sync gets off, and it's really annoying. That's why we had to delay almost half an hour. We had to delay a full half hour last night because of AV sync issues. And I need to do a technical deep dive on trying to figure out what's causing that, and hopefully we can get that solved. But if anyone knows how to fix AV sync issues in StreamYard, please let us know.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, please. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and that email, I'll put it in here. We don't really actually respond to people in this email. We need to work on that. But the email for both of us is tryandproveit@gmail.com.
Awesome. Thank you.
I monitor it. I think Kelly does monitor it, and I know I monitor it. So if it's important, we will respond. Tryandproveit@gmail.com. Thank you, Damon. What are we hoping to see in this debate? We're hoping to see. So I watched a video of Brandon Tatum yesterday. Maybe I can pull it up. Let's see if I can pull this up. Did you see the Brandon Tatum video yesterday?
I heard folks talking about it, but I did not see it. Was this the one where he was complaining about
losing his mind?
Gotta work hard to make them dollar bills, y'all.
He was losing his mind over this, the stretched image. How the image of Tyler Robinson was compressed, and it's like obviously not him when he fixed the squish. This is him losing his mind over that.
A life on this. My life, my kid's life. This is not the evidence, picture, video footage from the court. I was there. I watched it. I watched the prosecution move to enter it into evidence. It was admissible into evidence. The judge permitted it. The defense did not object to it. Fake. Everybody that was in the court saw this. A matter of fact, this is not some super spooky, top secret, nothing. I don't know why people are confused by this, because most people are either lying to you or you didn't watch the trial. The video that they showed the world was the same contextual video that they showed us, that they did not show to the public. The only difference is they zoomed and they put.
So he's losing his mind over that because they're losing control over the narrative. So to answer that question for me, let me see if I can find that question again. What am I hoping?
Sorry. I'll come back to that one.
We'll go back to that one because I'm in the middle of this thought. What I'm hoping to see out of this debate is more of them losing control over the narrative, right? Like Brandon Tatum in that video.
Absolutely. How can he lie so easily? That's a wonderful question. Like I was saying, got to pay them bills. So I wonder if, he gets paid by the lie, paid by the drama. But I just can tell you, literally from the moment that I heard him give the, give his statement outside of the court, and on that Friday, and then Jack Posobiec turn around and give essentially the same thing, all those talking points. Man, it was case closed to me. Like they literally are shilling. No regard for the truth. Good morning to everyone joining us. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Okay. We might be able to solve a massive problem after the show. Check your private chat. Okay, so this should be starting here very soon. I think they're actually live now. So I listened to one of the Andrew Wilson debates for like 10 minutes this morning. I haven't really listened to him debate before. So I don't know what his strategies are. I don't know what his techniques are. I don't know what his tendencies are. But I know that he does I didn't even listen to the Stu Peters one because, I tuned in for like 2 minutes and it was just people yelling and screaming at each other and it was non-productive. So hopefully this one is not that. Hopefully they stick to the subject matter. Hopefully they stick to the facts and it's not about you are a bad person. No, you're a bad person. Hopefully it's about the facts and the evidence and who actually killed Charlie Kirk, if at all, and why.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so the clock has struck 10 a.m. Central Time. So Jordan, are you keeping an eye on the screen, or do we want to go ahead and?
Yes, I am. You can't see it. There we go.
Cool.
And it shows live. So.
Okay, good deal. So we'll just be hanging tight for that. Interesting. Okay, the subtleties that they have going on here. They've got Erica on Candace's side, and look at that, Charlie on Andrew's side. Did anyone pick up on that? Interesting.
They have the orange and teal. They have our color. What color scheme do they have, Kelly?
Might it look like orange. Try and prove it?
It kind of does, but it's a classic orange and teal. I don't think they stole it,
but we can just like pretend for a second.
We can pretend that they stole our color scheme.
Oh, I see Stephen Aller said, I've missed the live chat so much since the hearing. Yeah, I know, guys. We try to put it on screen when we can. It's just sometimes in the official Try and Prove It show, we've got a lot going on screen. And so it's like we can't put the live chat up. But did we ever make a Discord group? Wonderful question. I was actually thinking about asking my son to help with that. Apparently, he's now on Discord. Whoops. But I'm in his Discord server, so I can keep tabs on it. But anyway, apparently he knows how to set it all up. So, but I do need to ask that lady who was offering, Jeannie, it's her name, who was offering to give me a server that she'd already set up. But if anyone, else wants to help out, by all means.
Yeah, that would be a great. I mean, I think Trigger Smart did one. And like when he first set it up, he emailed both of us to test it out. And I thought it might have been like a phishing scam. So I didn't actually click it. I like emailed him directly, like, hey, did you actually send me this link? Is this like a phishing link? And he said he did, and that you had apparently gotten one as well. But do you know, have you been in his Discord at all?
Yeah, he doesn't use it. He doesn't use it. No, but I think Bays uses his Danks uses his a lot. His community is super active. And then I had been invited to be in some other ones. And then anyway, got booted the first day that I joined.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think you remember.
Yeah.
I think I remember
the story behind that.
Yeah, apparently Andrew Wilson paid Candace like $300,000 to cost. Apparently, Andrew Wilson bought Candace a house, basically, for the privilege of doing this debate.
Yep.
Which is absolutely insane to me. But I believe they are doing it at Candace's home, because I don't know what trimester she's in, but apparently she doesn't want to fly out, because they could have done it on Rogan. But Candace did not want to fly. I guess because, well, she didn't want to fly when it was Erica. She just doesn't want to travel for anyone.
Yeah, that seems to be the deal.
The world revolves around Candace. If anyone wants to talk to her, they have to come to her. No one is important enough for someone says 7 months. Okay, I guess that would be third trimester. Then I guess you're not supposed to fly. So that's okay. But it seems like
I don't know.
It seems like she thinks she's all that and no one else is.
Well, there are some folks who are just most comfortable on, she'd travel to Russia for Putin. Zinger, snake baby. But I mean, there are some folks who just like to be in their zone, right? And I can tell you too that I had a friend who used to work on Oprah's production team, and Oprah would only travel to places like with her lighting and her camera crew being leads, because she knew how she liked to be lit. She knew how she liked to be shot, videoed. And that was part of the writer for her to agree to any interview.
If she would have done it on Rogan, it would have been $500,000. That's why it's 300,000. I don't know why there has to be an exchange of money. Why can't you guys just talk like normal people? I don't get it. I think like I understand that there's like speaker fees, like if you're going to go speak at a conference or speak at like some kind of event, then yeah, there's going to be like a speaker fee because you're traveling somewhere, and this whole thing could have been done virtually,
Yep.
like the way we do our shows virtually.
Yeah.
But
Hey, Jordan, I ran across a very interesting article this morning, and I hesitate to bring it up, but I will just because, we're all friends here. So apparently there was a hearing in the Texas legislature this week. I believe it was on Wednesday. And some drone expert was coming in. I can pull up the exact title of the article real quick because I took a screenshot. And basically, this guy was in there saying that our next
9/11 is coming.
Texas senators here warning about drone attack risk. And so basically they were alleging that there's, all of these like fancy drones that they are flying on a different frequency. And it was very fascinating. So I kind of wanted to pass along to some of the drone enthusiasts who are investigating this case, because I'm curious if this guy who's quoted in here, McGee, I think. Anyway, what he thought about the Kirk case and if he'd looked into at all any drone involvement.
I was reading through this article. I heard about half of what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Just giving you live updates on how much I'm hearing.
Well, I was just thinking about sharing it with some of the folks in the CK space who are interested in drones, because maybe they could reach out to this guy, and see if he has any thoughts or if he's looked into at all drones in the Kirk case. That's all.
Yeah, and we're trying to have the lady from UK on. Indy, we're trying to have her on. Like, we've invited her many times, and maybe we need to try a different way. And the time zone difference is a bit of an issue. We would probably have to make a big change to when we do the show that night, because she's in the UK and that's like 5 hours ahead. So it would either have to be pre-record or something else. But we've been trying to have her on for a while, because she's the lead drone theorist. So I guess they are possibly running into some technical difficulties as well. I guess we're not alone.
I highly recommend rewatching actually the live reports on multiple of the local news stations, because it just you continue to pick up different things as time goes on. I hate to say it's like a favorite pastime of mine, but it is something that I do sometimes when I'm not just sitting in front of the computer,
Uh-huh.
Because I know I'm a weirdo, but you notice the way people characterize certain things, the timing that the reporters start sharing things, how quickly they pulled in user video or viewer video, who they credit and who they don't with this contributed video. There's a lot of really interesting intricacies.
I'm just checking the Candace stream. I'm not like texting or anything. I'm just checking her.
You're fine. I'll also say in some of those, because you're looking at like 6, 7, 8 hours of live coverage. It was always weird to me how the news stations were able to get like such close access to, being within the crime scene. Like the police don't seem to even care that the reporters are all up in it. I don't know. It feels, from the first time I watched it, like looking at little details like that and having been, a reporter myself, it's like, it's very bizarre. Very bizarre.
You're talking about the Charlie Kirk prelim hearing?
No, the live news coverage from September 10th from the different local TV
on the
stations.
day. Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I was checking. Candace is not live, but someone pointed out in the chat that Candace's channel has 130,000 live viewers right now, even though it hasn't even started. But PBD only has 31,000.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
How many live viewers Andrew Wilson has? Let me check. Let's see. Andrew Wilson. I think his channel is called, what is his channel called? The Crucible, I think. Let's see if they're live.
Well, I know he goes by on X like Paleo. Is it Paleo Christian? Something like that. Paleo Conservative. Paleo Conservative, I think.
The Crucible. I'm pretty sure the Crucible is his channel.
It's very interesting. Reporter said the family member was coming to emergency room around 4 p.m. Was Charlie still alive? So yeah, there have been several reports that they were keeping him alive until Erica could get there. We've heard a lot of, I don't know, kind of differing. That's funny.
Maybe they're trying to sort out some AV sync issues as well, huh?
Maybe. So, happens to the best of us, you guys.
Is your coffee almost there?
I hope so. It says, picking up my order.
I won't drink my coffee until yours gets there. I'll be polite. Okay. So, have you seen that footage of Candace in some kind of hearing or congressional hearing or something, and she's being attacked, and she goes into basically demon mode, and she knows exactly what she's doing?
Say that again? Who goes into demon mode?
Candace.
Okay.
Candace Testifies, I think, is the clip.
Oh, you know what? That's very interesting because YouTube has been trying to put that in my like recommended or watch next videos.
Yeah. In Congress, I actually want globalism. Globalism, socialist, dreams. First question is to Ms. Hershinoff. Ms. Owens said, quote, if Hitler just said you want, does that feed great national district work along with the Trail of Blood synagogue prophets?
DL has for element.
I know in this clip, not this lady. Not this lady. Come on. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
Would you like time to respond to that?
Yes, I think it's pretty apparent that Mr. Liu believes that Black people are stupid and will not pursue the full clip in its entirety. He purposely presented an extracted clip.
The witness will suspend for a moment. It is not proper to refer disparagingly or to a member of the committee. The witness will not do that again. Witness may continue.
Sure, even though I was called despicable.
Witness may not refer to a member of the committee as stupid.
I didn't refer to him as stupid. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. You didn't listen to what I said. May I continue?
Please.
As I said, he is assuming that Black people will not go pursue the full 2-hour clip. And he purposefully he cut off, and you didn't hear the question that was asked of me. He's trying to present as if I was launching a defense of Hitler in Germany, when in fact, the question that was asked of me was pertaining to whether or not I believed that whether or not I believed in nationalism, and that nationalism was bad. And what I responded to was that I do not believe that we should be characterizing Hitler as a nationalist. Okay. He was a homicidal, psychopathic maniac that killed his own people. A nationalist would not kill their own people.
Okay. So anyway, that's how she performs under pressure. So that's a good thing to know.
Ooh.
So maybe we'll get into some of that, or not into that topic, but into some of that territory.
Mm.
We are 16 minutes past start time.
Very interesting. I'll tell you one thing, Andrew. Oh my gosh. Like, I didn't know who he was before I heard him on Uncle Tom's Space, I think. Maybe now that was 2 months ago or so, 6 weeks. Anyway, I didn't know who he was before that, but my goodness. Oh, we could play the clip from last night. Let's play that clip from last night. Let's hope that made it to Candace somehow, because that was kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, when I heard him, I'm like, this guy, who is this guy? His voice sounds like a bot. And then I just realized that's just Andrew.
The one that was like an hour ago or something before you went on?
It was real. It was so bad.
Yeah, where
they have nothing. It's disgusting. And like, I feel terrible for the Kirks. They just want, they at least at this point, just want the basic justice of apprehending the suspect. And this is terrible, man.
Do you think that there's a chance that they don't catch the guy?
No chance.
They're going to get
him?
him?
Why?
Oh, just for people who are unaware, this was filmed, we believe, on September 11th, the day after the shooting, before Tyler Robinson was apprehended.
Let me tell you why I think that. There have been people who have murdered cats online, and internet sleuths will figure this shit out. If the FBI and law enforcement doesn't solve this, you good people on the internet will solve this. And you'll put clues together, which will assist them in figuring out who this person is. In fact, I'm willing to make the prediction tonight that the FBI only solves this through the help of internet sleuths like you guys. They're not going to give justice to the Kirks. You guys have to give justice to the Kirks, because this is fucking insane. The FBI has very little. Law enforcement at this event was a joke. I watched the first FBI brief. Brian, they said there were 6 cops there for a crowd of 3,000. And then they said, well, Kirk has his own private security team. Well, that security team is looking for problems from the crowd of people rushing the stage, things like that. They're not up there looking for snipers and this type of thing. That's not their function. That's police officers' function. This was a failure at basically every level. It was a failure at every level. Remember that all the earning capacity of this man was completely eliminated in seconds. And remember that it's not just the horrific torture of his family having to see that live. I heard a story and confirmed that it looks like this is true, that when the shot was fired, his youngest daughter was terrified, and guess where she ran? She ran right towards the arms of her dad, and she was caught. And what I heard on the ground was she said, "Why can't I get to daddy?" Most horrific thing.
Hold on. Trigger Smart says the time was moved from 9 a.m. CDT to 10 a.m. CDT. An hour delay? They don't have that posted on here.
Come on, people.
Do they have, is that official? I need another source on that. Let's take this off the screen and let me check.
What about her ex? Yeah.
Yeah. Or it'll probably be PBD. Is PBD on X? He probably is. PBD Podcast. Nothing on PBD that I see initially.
Wow, I did not know about that, Chewbacca. Whew.
Said they want to see Candace rip him a new one.
No, 1212 Chewbacca. Andrew famously said, "Great women who enjoyed it is affirming consent."
Can you click it?
Yes.
Yeah, PBD does not have any update. Let me check, Candace.
Thank you. Heather Jones also says it's 10 a.m. Central now, but yeah, it is 10 a.m. Central now. So we just need to figure out if we can find
I
an
don't see
official.
anything on PBD, and I don't see anything on Candace. And let me check Andrew Wilson, because they're live right now. It's not
Okay,
like
let
in
me-
streamer where you can push it back a bunch of times. Nothing on Andrew Wilson. Is it in the
Okay,
description?
I'm gonna grab my order. It just arrived.
Perfect.
Okay.
So we're trying to confirm, because we are a real professional news reporting. No, we're not actually a real professional news reporting agency, but we don't want to report on something that we just heard someone else say, right? If people are saying there's an hour delay, we want to get two sources confirming that before we just say there's a full hour delay, because the only source I see so far is Trigger Smart, and I'm not able to confirm it yet. So as far as I know, it's still starting any moment now, but people are saying, oh, Candace tweeted 11 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, we don't know when the start time is. We think it was 20 minutes ago, but yeah, we don't have a second source saying that the time was moved. So we're still kind of standing by here. We are trying to find out whether or not anyone has actually officially announced a delay to the start. And I'm still looking for any indication from anyone. And I still see no indication from anyone. So let's check PBD again, since he is the host or the moderator of the podcast. I still see nothing on his X profile.
Are we live?
Oh.
Okay, so we're officially live.
Oh,
Candace,
well, what do you know?
Andrew, good to sit
See
down
what
here with you,
happens
talking to you
when
guys about
you don't just
the
jump
conversation
on
that
the
I think started
bandwagon
with you being
and
on Joe
assume that
Rogan
just
when you said,
because
hey, I'm offering
Trigger Smart-
$300,000.
Just because
And
Trigger
for the
Smart
audience
said
watching
so,
this, you have to
it
know
must
when you
be
see
true.
this final product, there's a lot of
We
stuff that
are
happens
a
behind
real,
closed doors.
like,
There was
news
still
reporting
communication
agency,
till midnight,
and we
even some of
always
the stuff
get
this morning. Like, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, If somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence.
Why does he have his phone?
So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this.
That's the only reason why.
But to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, one, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is in the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And there's it's $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath. And then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day? As
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about, was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Well,
I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm
Yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first, if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique
yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so
feel.
the first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay. So forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay. So that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
well,
I want you to respond to 2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial. So we don't know on the print front, but Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun? They
named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay.
Hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right. You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. Like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay. So it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun. Okay. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the Patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the Patsy part?
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
Patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This
This
is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single day.
The team in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it the same way that
I
you
didn't
got to
get
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
outside of, no, that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up. I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference?
audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
floor?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. Just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
She has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
actually,
I'm
I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I said
there's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
Time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing Anything that's compelling is an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
I never said it was exhaustive, even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay. So I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing, but it was close to it.
Yeah, I think that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance. Sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay. So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
he didn't tweet it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's Skyler, I think
he said much more than that.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about, Skyler. I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are
the
not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mhm.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like? Let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at all.
are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just, when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you
convincing.
Can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah. And I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right. But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's end it on what you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right. I can't hear you, Jordan.
Thank you. What I'm noticing is this is a go ahead.
Oh, I was
This
just
is a
going
completely-
to say something kind of funny. Apparently, over on X, Muppet Masher had said that he's seen crackheads shake less. So anyway, I guess Andrew's fiending for his nicotine fix.
Yeah. So what I'm noticing is, maybe I can pull that up real fast. This is just an unstructured argument. It's not like structured at all. So what is the point of Kelly? Can you go? I need to take this real fast.
Yep, absolutely. Well, all right, let's okay. To the chat, maybe let me actually, I'm gonna add in a little poll. Is this debate what you expected? 1 for yes, 2, nope. Okay. Create the poll. Can we see it? Okay. I don't know. Just thought it would be fun to throw up a little poll. So is this debate what you expected? You can drop a 1 for yes, 2 for nope. I don't know. I think for me, yeah, it's what I expected. And feel free, y'all chime in on your other options or other thoughts. But sadly, you know, I knew they were just going to be yapping at each other, or that's what I anticipated, and not actually achieving anything of substance. I mean, I don't think that any of them has even really had a point land so far. They're just, they're just talking at each other. PBD, I don't think, is doing a good job moderating. You know, they should have had some organization to the format. They should have been talking through topics, you know, one at a time. Like, first, if you want to talk about, I mean, if the whole thing is that Andrew thought there was overwhelming evidence, then he should have, even if he was the one who got to lay out his evidence point by point, and then Candace could come back at that point for point. This is just Hot Mess Express, and you know, they're making money. Making money, honey. Yes, in terms of presidential debates, you know, but this is also like why I am not big. I don't know why it's not reflecting the results there. Normally it reflects in real time. Maybe there's a bug. But anyway, y'all can still keep weighing in. I mean, even with presidential debates, especially, oh gosh, I'm about to sneeze. So excuse me in advance. But when they have, you know, all of the candidates up there in the like early on debates, rarely do you get to hear them actually land points. It ends up just being a whole mishmash of thoughts and insults and zingers. I mean, I'm just personally not that into debating. I'd rather just present my case, you know, and then have a conversation. I find that to be more productive, because then you can actually hear why someone believes what they believe. You know, show me the firm evidence. And even if it's inferences, at least allow those to be explained. And then the other side can come back at it. I'm wondering that, actually. You know, she has like flesh-toned
earpieces, but I couldn't see if maybe her earpiece was on the other side. Let's see. I have this, like this one. Maybe I'll put it. Anyway, I have a clear one. And this was like custom made for me back in my TV days. Yeah, so maybe she is getting, I don't know, too much chatter in her ear. She doesn't seem like she's calm and composed, but I don't think that she's really sharp and landing any solid points at this point. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I really wish that we could bring y'all in kind of the way that we do on an X Spaces, because I just love getting to hear from everybody, you know, actually hear their voice, hear the inflection in their voice, hear the passion in their voice, or there's just so much to be said. And we, as you can tell on Try and Prove It, we love the interaction with the audience. Ah, what a great point. It does make TPUSA more suspicious. Erica met with Candace in person and didn't show her these messages. But as I was saying earlier, I think that it really kind of can help the fake death idea to show that Charlie was just one more piece of evidence that Charlie was like planting. Okay, that we could reflect on after the fact. You may be muted, Jordan. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right.
Sorry.
You look overwhelmed. You need a minute?
No, I'm good.
I don't think she's a morning person for one, and pregnancy brain is real. I concur on both of those points. And yes, I also, Stephen, I feel like it's all a blunder. And by the end of this, everyone is going to be aggravated. But you know what? There are some folks who get to walk away from it far richer than they began the day. Oh my gosh, Jordan, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Generally,
is this debate what you expected? Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Andrew Wilson one.
You mean on X, like a space or something, or which or with?
Or, sorry, the Stu Peters one.
Stu? Yeah. I think these are so pointless.
Yeah,
and everybody thinks it like sounds good, but
I put in the chat earlier. Well, this one, but also, yeah, I put that one in there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I was mentioning, like, if he's the one who says that he believes that there's overwhelming evidence, then one way that they could have structured this was to say, all right, Andrew, you tell us all about the overwhelming evidence, and piece by piece, then Candace can, dispute that or respond to that. That would have been so much more beneficial, I think. Structured, beneficial, clear.
Yeah, and like I think I was trying to say before that phone call came in, which I'm not on D&D because it's during work hours and I need to be able to take work calls. So I apologize for that.
Yeah,
but
no worries.
Try and Prove It debates are like 1,000 times more productive than this. They're not separated by topics. There is no moderation. It's just a complete free-for-all, and it's not productive.
By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you should take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day at watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside, just a general intuition that somebody's writing text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it. And I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
You gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang on.
you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
What is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media.
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
confronted that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't the parents? The point because you don't have a statement from the parents. You are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct
it's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't
discovery
you
in the
think that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
They just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source. So I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
was
up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they,
disagreement.
I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days
You should
ago,
say, does your attorney know Utah law?
at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what I am.
you're asking
What I
why
am,
you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out-
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that if the state is allowed to use,
I didn't
this
lecture
is
you.
This is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal, you can, you are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery documents.
Show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
there's
to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because
they're all related to this case.
Your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic, that
you
decide that it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you said.
We should discuss the screwdriver as
well.
well.
And I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate is
the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, you're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure.
I do doubt
the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence, irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. And I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
Well, at least our chat is super interesting.
Yeah. It's just like a rehash of a lot of the same things we've already heard a million times. And not really making a lot of progress. I wish they would just focus on one topic and hash that out and then go to a new topic.
I feel like
And
part
have
of the
some
problem with PBD is that he doesn't know the case well enough.
Yeah.
That, you know,
So-
because I mean, in reality, right? If you're not a super skilled moderator, then at least you need to know a lot about the case to be able to suggest, you know, how to structure it and then to adhere to that.
Yeah. And like, what do we do on Try and Prove It when we have someone come on? Well, we have like a stream plan that I send out in advance, and it says, okay, this person gets an opening statement, and then the other person gets an opening statement, and then you do rebuttal. Then you like, that's just a very common standard way to do a debate, so that everyone can say their piece and be fully heard, and then have the other person say their piece and be fully heard, so that people can actually make arguments that are fully formed and structured, so that you know what you're here to talk about, and it's not just like topic ADHD, topic, and then we listen to them talk for 2 hours, and it's like, wait a second, what just happened?
Yeah, we're having some really good convos in the chat. Thank you guys again so much for being here. Please make sure that you have subscribed to Try and Prove It. We have about 750 people watching us right now, which is amazing. And we appreciate you all so much because there are clearly a lot of streams going on. You have a lot of choices today, and we are grateful that you're here with us. We're trying to hit 1,000 subs on Try and Prove It. So it's really, really, really important. It doesn't cost you a thing to just take a moment, hit that subscribe button. Also, while you're at it, subscribe to Jordan Henshaw and to me, Kelly Raybon. But yeah, thank you. Thank you all so much for being here.
So then I wonder, what would it be like if this was on Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan has hosted some debates before. Some of them were super dramatic. Some of them weren't as dramatic. But what he asks is, he tries to understand each person's point of view. So he would say, Andrew, okay, what is your problem with Candace? Like, what are all your gripes against Candace? Why do you think she's doing this wrong or doing that wrong? And he'll have a conversation with that person. And then he'll go over to Candace and say, what is your issue with Andrew? Same thing. And then that's the kind of thing that Joe Rogan does really well, whether you agree with him on some of his other politics or his opinions on certain things or the kinds of guests he comes on, whatever. He's almost, sometimes he kind of, not really a therapist, but it almost seems that way sometimes in some of these discussions. He's really good at understanding and getting deep into why each person feels the way that they do and thinks the way that they do, and getting super deep into that, because that's what he does every single day. He just talks to people for 3 hours straight to really understand their point of view. So that perspective shift and that fluency and understanding another person's perspective is why I wish this was on Joe Rogan and not on whatever this thing is.
I'm not a big Rogan fan, but I do think that he does have a way. He's probably studied some psychology, whatever, and you know, to hone his craft, because it does kind of work for him sometimes that he isn't as maybe knowledgeable on a topic that I might want him to be, but he still has a way of asking the open-ended questions to elicit that dialogue. Thank you for all. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, VTO Army. And I wanted to let you know too that I do see when you retweet or like my tweets. So thank you for your support over on X as well.
So like after this is done, after this debate is over, it's like, okay, well, who won? Right now, if the debate were over right now, who won? I have no idea. I don't think you can even try to say who won because it's just back and forth, topic after topic after topic. It's just constant back and forth. There is no opportunity for one person to build a structured argument. So hopefully it'll get better. Maybe it'll get better. But I also wonder for the people who maybe have not followed this case, I wonder what their perspective is on this. Someone like PBD or maybe someone in Andrew Wilson's audience who has never been exposed to this. I wonder what they think.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think anyone is becoming convinced of the other side as a result of this.
Yeah, I don't think that this really pushes the conversation forward.
But I don't know how long it was intended to be. I think it still has a little ways to go. So maybe someone will put their boots on and get it going. This is a good point. Why do we even have a moderator if they're just going to constantly be talking over each other?
Mm-hmm.
Like the stuff that they're doing right now is the stuff that you typically do at the very end of a debate, of a structured debate, not the entire debate is just a back and forth. And okay, why do you keep it? This person talks for 5 minutes and that person talks for 5 minutes. It's because it allows the audience to understand the person's perspective better. When it's constant back and forth where one person only speaks for like up to a minute at a time, you can't really understand their perspective very well, I think. And that's really what debates are. It's understanding perspectives. And like when I think about debates that I remember on like this topic or that topic, like which debates do I remember? It's the debates where someone tells a story where they explain like how this thing impacted them or how that thing impacted them. Those are the debates I remember because it is helping you understand what it's like to be that person and why they believe what they believe. But Candace has touched a lot of the topics that a lot of people have been talking about. I would not say that she has skipped over anything. I think she's done a very good job of presenting all of the main, I guess, I hesitate to say talking points, but all of the main talking points, all the main topics that are worth discussing here. So
she has not mentioned any sort of explosion yet, has she?
I don't think so. Some people in the chat were suggesting that she had. I didn't pick up on that, but she certainly has not overtly brought that up just yet.
Say thank you, Jordan. I say thank you, Jordan, that people would kill to have eyes as blue as yours.
I think it's my background. Have we sunk so low in debating that we need someone to stop us talking? It's not that we need someone to stop us talking. It's that the structure makes it easier for other people to understand your perspective. Like when you have the, okay, just listen to this. Like some people, when they even have an argument, they will elaborate for 5 minutes and then naturally let the other person talk for 5 minutes. And then it just naturally goes that way where each person has as much time as they need to fully build what they want to say. Other times that doesn't work out. And I think that the happy medium there is about 5 minutes that you need to explain what you want to explain with the floor before someone else has a chance to undermine.
Yeah. And in this case, it doesn't seem that they're really supplementing with a lot of research, exhibits, specifics even. If they were doing that, and for instance, like we're constantly pulling up documents or evidence to support their claims, then, that's a different story, but we're kind of all over the place here.
Yeah, they were bringing up a few. It's not like they didn't at all, but
well, I think that was mainly though for the
photo
fact checking,
They haven't brought up a single photo yet. For example.
Or map or any of the sort of evidence like that.
Yeah, this is not structured debate, unfortunately. I wish it was.
And in terms of winner, I did ask that question of Barron the other day if he had any idea if they were going to be declaring a winner, but it sounded like no. They would just leave that up to the audience. So,
yeah, it would be highly atypical for a debate platform to declare a winner. I don't know that I've ever seen that. Have you?
I try not to watch too many of these things.
Yeah, that would be highly atypical. It's always up for the audience to decide who the winner was. When you read what?
Oh, maybe when I read, was it when I read about his eyes and was trying to make Jordan absorb the compliment for a moment?
He will keep defending alternative theories, which misses the point that the state is ridiculous. Patsy, most likely he hasn't had to spend much time proving Tyler did it.
Yeah.
Your message was deleted? I don't know.
I didn't see what it was.
I don't know. I think we have two moderators, one on Kelly's channel, one on my channel. But maybe there was a bad comment that was removed correctly. I don't know. But we don't have
your email. Okay. Yeah, that would have been a YouTube thing. I would space it out so it doesn't, look quite like an email. If that makes sense.
Should we pull up the pickle jar video?
Sure.
Uh-oh. Come on, you can do it.
Okay, we can't see it yet.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature. Here, you can't open it either.
Oh, Jordan, we can't see it yet. There we go.
Well, you slick now.
It's a little. See, it is.
I got a grip.
Dude, this seems a little immature now.
Hey, the guy sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's just
slick now.
It's a little.
See,
little
it
fun.
is.
I got to grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My
literally.
shoes are slow.
It's look, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my god.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, they're back. They're back.
Jesus, Andrew, if you can't open the olive jar, you cannot blame my
While we're
hand.
doing olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
All right, I think they're back.
Depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
Well, this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mhm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
If I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
okay,
get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually
You can
I,
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? He's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
hmm
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think their involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
involvement. I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not the United States government.
But you don't have any positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
That's a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence for your claim,
in this statement, I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to think,
do you have
but you're making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
Evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that.
So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
Actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that.
I'm asking. It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I think that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course. But
so there's good reason to doubt this.
So it's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well, that's not what I'm probing specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it. If I'm
not trying to regulate anything. I'm asking very pertinent questions. You're sounding
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty, I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
It is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
Did that same higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No, Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey,
Emailed.
I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have information. That the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information as possible.
Can I ask a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
yes.
because So if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I
totally
asked him
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA,
Well, we don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say-
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they?
I'm pretty sure Cash Patel said that it was like
more of the
not
information
actionable or
belongs
something.
in the file.
Yeah.
This is a
Sorry, I was saying, I'm pretty sure that Cash Patel had made a statement. I want to say, anyway, he was like either on Fox or on with Megyn Kelly, and he had basically dismissed the validity of her claim.
Thank you, Kelly.
To explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did
So
you-
actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Yeah.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following.
Mhm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
government.
he
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mhm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and then I'm going to bring it
Okay.
to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, They all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PBD?
How
We're
would
not-
that legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
But I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then
Mhm.
that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA.
Uh-huh.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
The thing is funny is
People
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be
think
fair
I'm
with you.
ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was
actually
some
kind of a
PR there.
last-
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How would that get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
well, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but
that's
what was
fine.
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow.
How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay. So what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and
tell
debate.
me.
So
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like, don't look anywhere else.
If she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right. Yes, that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. she told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
in the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage.
Mm-hmm.
So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think she's
not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions and You're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly.
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded
of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion, but I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, "Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica."
Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual, so I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually, no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. Okay. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
That it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy. Yeah, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay. Well, I understand that you can have those criticisms.
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
let's
let's
feel like you got an answer to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. It ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is. I'm just trying to make
sure. Do you think that your alternative theory,
I think John Bray's theory should be explored, yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility, yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it
Rob
looked like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the
his shirt.
It starts up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a
not just the front. What about the cameras around?
Pagers.
The TPUSA cameras. Like, come on.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this. And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
I cannot believe she's so fixated on just the Terrell Farnsworth video from behind.
It bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when people
disagree with you, your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I just said, I don't know, Mr. Army veteran and shooting instructor. Why don't you know what would happen if you shot someone at, even at close range? But regardless, if he's even talking about at close range, then we're not talking about Tyler on the roof with the 30-06. It's just, he sucks. This whole thing sucks.
I just wrote a tweet yesterday saying that literally your only two options, people and the general public who are not well read into this case, into the conspiracy side, you have two options. Number one, Tyler Robinson did it with the 30-06, the federal narrative, or it was John Bray's theory. Let me bring up my thing. Let me bring up my thing, because this is my whole thing here.
And while you're pulling that up, I get so frustrated when the only video that she wants to talk about is Terrell Farnsworth's, the camera that was right behind Charlie. Why would you not want to look at the ones in front that were the TPUSA cameras? Why is she the one to the, right to the side, and then the one, I think the guy's name was Robert, that was like,
I'll tell you why. Because that's the one that Candace came out with, and it's all about Candace.
Exactly. But if she was really searching for the truth, okay, then she would say, we want all of the TPUSA cameras.
Yeah, it's all
we want the Ray-Ban video footage, from not just Dan Flood, but the rest of them who were wearing the Meta glasses.
So here's my beef with everyone. The only option you get is the John Bray exploding microphone theory. But on the top here, you have federal narrative, different shooter theory, exploding mic theory, squib theory, R theory, and electrocution theory. Okay, here are the anomalies. Here are the observables. Okay, front of shirt jumps up straight upwards to the ear, like this. Okay, how many of exploding mic doesn't explain that? Back of shirt puffs out in the back, doesn't explain it. Wound in the left of the neck, not the right part of the neck. This isn't how cylinders work. If you're on the right part of a cylinder, you're going to hit the right part of the cylinder. If you're on the left part of the cylinder, you're going to hit the left part of the cylinder. The lapel microphone, the neck is a cylinder. The lapel mic is on the left, is on the right side, Charlie's right side. So it's going to hit the right side. Exploding microphone doesn't explain it. Blood appears coagulated. Squib theory is the only one that explains that. Head slams down, not explained by exploding mic. Necklace breaks, flies up, back, and around. Not explained by exploding mic. Gunshot sound, not explained by exploding mic, because you would just shoot him. You wouldn't shoot into the back of a van. And the canal gesture, all of the coordination of all the people with TPUSA that day, the only theory that actually explains that psychologically is the fake death theory, not the exploding microphone theory. Because if it were the exploding microphone theory, if that were your mission objective, you just get a guy on a roof with a gun and you just kill him.
Do you want to take us off of the screen so folks can see this, your graph full screen? Because they maybe were missing part of
Yeah,
your
it's
graphic.
okay. I already made my point.
Okay, all good.
It's just like you look at the observables, all of the things we need to explain, and exploding microphone doesn't explain a single one. But it's, we see shattered glass in the SUV. We have no chain of custody for the SUV whatsoever. But oh no, there's shattered glass. Therefore, it must have been from the exploding microphone. Why does it have to be from the exploding microphone? Oh, well, it's shattered glass. There's some glass in the microphone. What? Like, it's just shattered glass. We have no idea where it came from. And there's no clear mechanism by which, like, okay, say it is from the microphone.
Wait, rewind. What are you referring to? The alleged black shards or what?
Yeah, the black shards of it's not even black shards. It's just broken glass. Okay, walk up to an SUV in the middle of any kind of like car rental place. You find shattered glass in it. This is kind of like your screwdriver video.
Mm-hmm.
If you just see a random screwdriver on a rooftop somewhere, you assume it's from maintenance. If you see shattered glass in an SUV somewhere, you assume someone's window got shattered. Maybe someone's phone screen. You don't
If
jump
it's
to
even glass. We don't
What's that?
even know. I said if it's even glass, like we don't even really know. We it's very hard to even tell what it is. Like it kind of reminds me of the like I have the fake grass turf in my backyard. And when they have that down, they put like in my yard, it's kind of like these like small little black pieces. I mean, it's like you could pick up that off of shoes. Somebody could have stepped on some sunglasses. I don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of different things. We don't have chain of custody of those photos. It's been a whole debacle as to why they were released the way that they were and held onto for so long, and then elements redacted.
And if it was actually exploding microphone, then the entire security team has to be in on it because they're going to see, oh my God, the microphone exploded. It must be Mossad. And they're going to tell everyone the microphone exploded. It must be Mossad. If they were not in on it. So they have to be in on it given this theory. So you don't think that they're going to clean up the evidence in the SUV before they hand it over to whoever? You think they're just going to leave that evidence in the SUV? Really? So
the name of the candy on the floor. I think that was the throat coat lozenges.
I don't know. But
yeah, that looked like they were just, there.
You look at the evidence for exploding microphone. It's okay. We have the white vapor coming out. Well, that's also explained by this, the fake death theory, which actually makes sense. So it's the white vapor. It's the shirt behavior, which is not this kind of shirt behavior, but it is instead this kind of shirt behavior. All of the energy directed upwards, straight upwards, not right to left, as you would need for the microphone. So like there is no like I've said so many times, there's absolutely no evidence that this microphone exploded. The case is still intact. The case is still intact. You see video of it still interacting with the shirt the way it's interacting with my shirt right now. The magnet is still there and it is still propping at the shirt up like this after the supposed explosion. So it's like, okay, either the microphone exploded and it exploded, or what we actually see is the microphone didn't actually explode. That didn't come out quite right. But what I'm saying, like, either it exploded and it's not still intact, or it didn't explode and it's still intact. It's still intact. But my complaint is not that, oh, there's this theory out there and, people are entitled to have a theory, even if it's wrong, because, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm like horribly mistaken. What I have an issue with is that is the only option people are aware of. It's the only one. You look at Trigger Smart's documentary. I just watched a documentary the other day. One before that. Every single person, it seems like, who is kind of on the outside of this case looking in and doing like a mini doc on it to explain everything for the general public who's not balls deep on it already, they only look at the exploding microphone theory, but the exploding microphone theory doesn't explain anything. It's very frustrating.
Okay, VTO Army wanted to mention this one. Watch the Jimmy Dore camera gun video. That one's pretty good also. All these theories are better than the narrative. I think that I'd seen you a little while ago mention if we'd, or ask if we had looked into the two photographers, videographers that were kind of to the back right of Charlie. And I have done a multi-hour interview with Andrew. So one of them, he's in like more of the brown shirt, and I could direct you guys to that. It's definitely on my page. This was before
Andrew
Jordan
Ferrazzi.
and I were. Yes, I was blinking. Andrew Ferrazzi, and so that was back in January.
For those who don't know, Andrew Ferrazzi is one of the photographers who were there.
Yep, and he was wearing like the brown. It's kind of a brownish shirt, if I recall. So brownish black.
There's a question.
I just wanted to mention this too, the throat coat. And yeah, I mean, it seems like it was a subliminal message to make us believe that he got hit on his throat. I think there are so many subliminal messages and then little pieces put into this narrative that help to reinforce other aspects. So calculated. And that's what happens when something is not organic, right? If it's all thought through for the most part, then naturally they're going to make these little puzzle pieces that connect. Whereas a different crime would be a little messier. It would not have all of these consistent themes.
Aces asks, hey Jordan, could the explosion have been his cross pendant that would explain the necklace whipping around violently? No, because the pendant would then go down. It would not go up. And we would see exhaust going down and not up. So the reason why so you would always expect an equal and opposite reaction. You would expect some of the energy to go one direction and some of the energy to go the opposite direction. If the source were not fixed in place. But my little device here is fixed in place with a belly strap. So it is anchored, and you would not expect to see. So like all of the gas and the projectile go in the same direction, which is what we observe on Charlie Kirk. There's no exhaust because all that energy is just directed into the stomach, into the belly strap, which is in my suitcase right now because hopefully I'm going to Texas. This is a longer break.
Yeah.
I think it's still alive. I think it's still going. Yeah, the ellipsis is animated. We're good. Candace just posted
on here we go. Okay, we don't hear it yet.
Two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right. And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because like if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. when I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica, you could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
Bringing it up.
Straight to jail for questioning, at least, Erica.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like,
so do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
But why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your entire
just kind of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair.
We
did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said
please
that I was going to bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you would want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing hang on.
And
there's nothing
I
here
say,
except
I'm
holding you
just
to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so
think quite a few of them were. Were there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you're asked about
Okay,
them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you'd like to.
Well,
Your team has one more clip they want to play from 7 days ago.
Sorry.
They got one more clip.
We were getting into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah.
Can he spread his legs any wider? Like,
can I ask a question? Are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Wow. Oh my gosh, you guys.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard.
This is a professional operation, folks.
Okay. Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
says after.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've proceeded this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should can you tell me one?
Then let's do the counter. You can really, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, hang on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
and I'm going to say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
what's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay. And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay. Got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness. And count 7
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
In front of a child.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it. Because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about
Mm-hmm.
the steakhouse receipt.
You just
This
said that
is
you
such a distraction.
Nothing there.
there. I don't.
Yeah. Do you?
Sorry, I was just saying this is a distraction.
The person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay. So you,
I
you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just did the opposite. I said there is
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah. Right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on
But-
our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, "What's the name on this?"
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure. But
cool,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm actually all good with I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait
the
a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like,
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted to
think
know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait, wait.
conversation. You're following Convo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you didn't. No, that's not
hairs.
split. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man, that's-
murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know
What's
what
your
his
issue with
issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure. You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
Right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you'd call the police. When your smartphone does it, we call it convenience. At zero.
Oh boy, looks like we both took a break at the wrong time. Is it over? What happened here? Is it over?
The ghost one has been for your people.
Thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5-minute break.
Okay, there's just some break.
Searching lately, such as what does.
Okay, so we were talking about, what were we talking about here? They're going to do final thoughts after 3 minutes. So we were talking about the receipts. So the bar or the steakhouse or whatever it was. So we have the image of the receipt. Maybe I can pull it up here. Let me see if I can pull this up. The image of the receipt, so we can see what exactly it is they're talking about real fast. Steakhouse receipt, Tyler Robinson. When you look at the receipt that they're talking about, there's like really no evidence to me that this must have been from any particular individual. It is presented as Tyler Robinson's receipt, but it has like the debit card number. I have no idea what Tyler Robinson's debit card number is. I don't have access to that information. And it also blacks out the server name. And that's not really material to whose receipt this was. So when I look at this, I don't see, the only identifying factor on this is September 10th, 2025, 8:55 p.m. local. This doesn't do anything for me to let me know this is Tyler Robinson or anyone else. Larina Mincer says, but they would know his debit card number. Yeah, the police would, but they apparently have not looked into this, or maybe they have. And when they did look into it, they found that it was not Tyler Robinson's debit card number. I don't know. But as far as I know, the authorities have not looked into this. But the point that I would like to make, and I'll make sure Kelly's aware of this if she can't hear me right now, is that there is no evidence, in my opinion, on this receipt linking it to really anyone at all. So yes, it is a receipt, but it doesn't actually speak to anything relevant as far as I can tell. If anyone has a differing opinion, you can certainly share it in the chat. And I think Kelly is maybe back. So that's what they were talking about towards the end there. But, and the reason that would be material to the case is it would be really weird if he drove all the way down there, like 3 hours, and then came back up. Kelly, you're muted.
There we go. Sorry about that. I had a call I had to take. Yeah, so we finished with talking about Cowboys.
Yeah, and just so you know, I don't know if you heard the end of that. I was out for the end of it, but we're on break for 3 minutes, and then they're going to come back and do closing thoughts.
Oh,
so it's
nice.
not over
Okay.
yet.
Okay.
So I was just going over this receipt and how there's no personal identifiable information on it. So it's very possible that it is Tyler Robinson's and that someone else has information that truly does link it to Tyler Robinson, but the receipt provided does not give us that. I think it's called PII, personal identifiable. There's nothing on there that tells me who this belongs to.
Mm-hmm. But it would be plausible for his family to be able to validate, if they wanted to, that was, a debit from his bank account. I'd imagine it's kind of hard, hard for someone. Okay. We can talk about that. And then I see this question from Norma about the screwdriver.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can discuss that. It's not a joke, but I did not find it on the roof. So when I was at UVU on that Friday afternoon, I was walking around campus and getting sort of the last bit of content that I could get. I was behind the computer science building and essentially walking around the building to like where the chicken coop would have been, and was supposedly, the area where they allegedly found a rifle. And as I was turning around the building and I'm like gesturing, oh, well, that's where supposedly the drop point was. But I see these golf carts, these UVU maintenance golf carts. And I'm like, oh, it would have been nice if he had access to one of these. He could have booked it out of off campus. Well, I walk up to it just thinking, I wonder if by chance there's a key in it. And I see in the little compartment there a screwdriver set. So there was a Phillips, a flathead, and pliers. So a little tool set. And of course, they were red and black. And that just, stopped me in my tracks. And it's not to say that it is for sure the same ones. It's just the fact that clearly UVU maintenance, and I don't know what other potential departments could possibly use red and black screwdrivers. It is noteworthy that they have not released a photo of the alleged screwdriver to the public, and that Officer Bagley's body cam was. Oh, do you want to pull it up? With Officer Bagley's body camera was not on when he supposedly, when he supposedly spotted it. You should have grabbed it for DNA. I mean, look, I really debated on what to do, but I didn't want to disturb it. I didn't want to take it out of its place. I thought, oh, that's all I need is to then get in trouble for that. So anyway, that's the long and the short of it. I'm going to release another video today that kind of explains the significance of the screwdriver and goes sort of back in history, traces the timeline of its evolving story. So thank you. Yes, y'all just please share. Okay. Apparently they're back. Thank you, Christy.
Or inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, it's just funning. It's just funning, Or, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. She's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times do you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical.
It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking Miss on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator, I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right. What did you think, Kelly?
Well, it was that was a doozy. I think our chat was definitely the winners in this whole ordeal. I mean, I think it was kind of as predicted.
Yeah, wasn't horribly productive. Didn't really, I don't think anyone's mind was changed by this at all. But I will say the closing arguments there, I think Andrew was far stronger in the closing argument there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was pretty clear.
I mean, it's a distraction. It's just one more, I don't know, piece of content for the both of them. I mean, I don't know what the exposure Andrew Wilson gains by this, because I don't know how many folks are actually going to go follow him now. But anyway, just is what it is. I see you over there with a little red and black screwdriver.
Yeah, it's my fidget toy now, I guess. But yeah, he was saying, oh, Candace didn't bring any evidence to the table at all whatsoever. That was the entirety of his closing argument. That is rhetorically effective. That does work in a debate if it is unopposed. And then when Candace came up to give her closing argument, she did not oppose it. She did not contradict it. She just said, when I make a mistake, I admit to it. So now the entire audience is assuming that her entire investigation is a mistake. That's how debates work. So that was a poor performance, at least at the end, for Candace, in my opinion. All right, let's get to some highlighted comments. VTO Army states, I hope she brings up the fact that Utah police were looking for 3 totally different suspects until the feds showed up. And the feds showed up in a Nissan Armada that Utah police were searching for. Is that the white Nissan Armada? So I know that was one of the things people were talking about.
And then I remember there was talk about a white vehicle that was like pulled over. That was something that Candace had discussed early on.
From Duck and Felonies, did you see the Russian cross on Charlie's camera guy's shirt? I think Kelly, you had reacted to that.
I might have missed that. I know I spotted the other one on the Star, on the guy who Adam Bartholomew was interviewing. Life is Driving was interviewing as the Big Bang.
Which camera guy? One of the photographers or one of the video people? I don't know. We'll have to look into that later. Forrest Glory states Kelly fake death makes all the pieces fit together. It makes the most sense. Duck and Felonies again says that's why I like Jesse on Fire, even though he's a little clickbaity. He put the real information out there to his huge audience with regards to fake death theory. He has a whole series on it, and he goes at it from the psychological angle. Automation says, I'm actually thinking a couple of channels have learned something over the last 2 weeks. The way they present things have changed. Body language, inflections, a lot has changed for a couple of them. Do you know what he's talking about? Like in the direction of fake death, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, we've definitely heard, I think, some more evidence, especially from Candace in the last couple of weeks, that if true, would lean more heavily toward fake death, like when it comes to the apparent or alleged evacuation or relocation of people at Timpanogos Hospital. That was a big thing. And then also the behavior of, even though it would have been CK's close friends and family, going to the cemetery, not letting folks see the casket actually put into a grave and having them leave. That's sus.
So
yeah, a few of that, but also let me say that there have been, I think what they might be saying is that also that there have been some, I don't know if they're alliances that seem to have been happening over the last couple of weeks, maybe a few alliances, some infighting and some people acting differently that I certainly have clocked.
I was going to say something and I wanted to say it and I couldn't, and now I forgot what I wanted to say.
You'll recall it.
It'll come back to me, hopefully. But I was really excited about it, but I couldn't go.
I'm sorry.
I know my clicker doesn't work. There it goes. All right. Kilted Corgi says, question. So where does Charlie go? What does he do if he's unalive? Montana? I hear, okay, this is a Walking Dead reference. I hear Montana's nice.
And apparently he really
Valhalla.
liked Montana.
Yeah. Kilted Corgi again says, many Utah factions doing cosplay in real life makes for weird occurrences. I swear half the crowd was told to be there by a Discord group. I could get behind that almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there definitely were some Discord groups, I believe, that were very active and in that area, just according to my on-the-ground reporting, I'll say. But then we also know, interestingly enough, that the medical examiner who, I guess had signed off on the supposed autopsy, who, of course, one of like a dozen other people who no longer are in the same position that they were in as of September 10th. And he's now in New York. His wife is a professor and does research in the sexuality in gaming community and runs a Discord, and
yes,
she's a
that is a
furry.
major.
So she ran a Discord. Okay. So I think coincidence.
Mua says Jordan's videos make it more convincing for me. The exploding microphone theory went out the window when I found out how many people were actually offed by the pagers. Yeah, a lot of people got hurt by those when they got off. Now, the rebuttal to that argument is, oh, it's a shape charge. The other ones were radial charges. But you say, okay, 90% efficient, 90% of it goes in one direction. What happens to the other 10%? That's still it's during daytime. I'm not going to cuss, but it's still a lot of energy. 10% of that charge is a lot of energy. So this shirt is not intact anymore if that was actually a shape charge. Kilted Corgi again says Tyler had help. All help was edited out of the videos. You were telling me, I think this was off air last night, something about archive. Do you want to say that?
Oh, yeah. I forgot. I couldn't remember if that was on air or off air, but yeah. So I find it very interesting. One of my big things throughout this whole investigation has been that we need to be able to track and maintain source videos, source audio, know where whatever you're using and putting out there, where that's coming from. And for a lot of folks, this Internet Archive website had become like the hub. But I find it very bizarre that if you go on there and look, like a huge chunk of the items were uploaded the morning of September 11th, like back to back. And then there was another chunk that was uploaded. Boom, 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 boom. Who was doing that?
And the issue there is there's one common source. So it's all going through one person. It's not like, oh, Jimmy Schmo uploaded his video that he took. And then Kyle Smith uploaded his video. And then Sally Williams uploads her. No, one person. Everything's going through the one person. That one person has control over far too much.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Positive Thinker says, Kelly, I haven't looked at that. I've not looked at the issue of Candace finding out that Charlie was taking money from a corrupt person. Hold on, let me restrict. What?
I've not really looked at the issue of Candace finding out that Charlie was taking money from a corrupt person, confronting him, and then no more discussion about that. What happened next? So that's something that we were talking about. Lady Positive Thinker and I were kind of going back and forth in the chat saying that I was mentioning, okay, for sort of previous context, that I think that the most recent text from Candace, between Charlie and Candace was maybe 2023 that she had shared. And so I want to understand a little more as to, did they ever even talk like over the next 2 years? Because we haven't really seen that. And so then she had brought up that many months ago, Candace had mentioned some sort of conversation that she had with Charlie about this like questionable funding, this donor or source of a donation. And I would like to, I think maybe Lady wants to go back and take a look at that. And I was also mentioning, I think that it was in like 2023, at some point the last couple of years of Blexit, they were like bleeding money. And Candace was still taking a big fat paycheck. And there are even articles written about it back at the time. So I just want to understand a little more about that relationship. That's all.
And I noticed we still have well over 1,000 people in here right now. So I figured we could go into the awards because the awards voting is still open. So I figured we could play the video real fast. So if you're unaware, we have an award show where we'll be doing the ceremony next week. Voting is still open, but I'm sitting on the button to close it because we were supposed to close it last night, but I forgot to. So it's still open. You have a last chance to do it. But here is the trailer for that award show.
World full of infighting, an emblem of peace. Kelly Rayvon and Jordan Henshaw present the Goldies. Nominated, James May, most likely to be a federal agent. Stu Peters, nominated for Best YouTube Thumbnail. Miss C Social, Needle in a Haystack nomination. Trigger Smart, nominated for Best Tech Support. And Gary Melton, the Most Valuable Contribution nomination. Accidentally. And, most importantly, you, Corby Hall, Muppet Masher, Pia Varma, Trillion, Blake Bednarz, Real Bays, Brandy and Billy, Louisiana Girl, Jesse on Fire, John Bray. Get crunked and listen. Daily Freddo, Charlie's Angels, Baron Coleman, John from INSEE, and Wolves in Finance. But wait. You have to subscribe to vote, and vote you shall. Or else.
Okay, so that was fun. So you should go ahead and vote for your favorite creators because they deserve it. But if you do vote, you have to subscribe to Try and Prove It on YouTube. So there's that link to voting in the chat. Again, voting will close at the end of this show, for real this time. But anyways, back to these. This is a chat from you. Just a reminder, you say, I need to revisit the timeline of when Candace Owens said she confronted Charlie Kirk about that donation money too. Do you want to go into that real fast? Muted.
Yes, that's what I was just referencing. So that was kind of in response to what Lady Positive Thinker was saying. So okay, yeah, we're going to go back and check that out.
Perfect. So Freshmaker22 posted a bunch of notes in the chat. I'll go through them very quickly, but he's listing out some rhetorical tactics that they believe Andrew Wilson utilized? Number one, endless definitional endless
I can do it.
definitional.
I can do it.
Endless definitional disputes. We'll do it. I'll do one, then you'll do one, then I'll do one. Endless definitional disputes traps opponents into exhausting arguments over precise word meanings to stall their arguments. So basically semantics. Go.
Number 2, the internal critique trap focuses entirely on finding minor phrasing flaws to avoid defending his own position.
Hold on. Isn't that the same one?
Oh,
kind of.
Yeah, it's different a little bit.
Number 3, weaponized burden of proof shifts all requirements for evidence onto the opponent, so his views stay unscrutinized. And to be clear, we're not endorsing these. I haven't really thought about these. I don't necessarily know that I agree with these right off the bat. We're just reading these comments because they're interesting.
4, subtle straw manning modifies his opponent's statements slightly to make them sound more inherently hypocritical or absurd.
Number 5, abrasive conversational commenting aggressively critiques his opponent's tone or debating style to derail the actual topic.
6, intentional emotional provocation uses intense smugness, mocking, and personal insults to bait opponents into angry outbursts.
I'm not necessarily sure I agree with all these, but they're still interesting. Number 7,
maybe not today, but I think over time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, over time. He was pretty tame on that today, though, so I'll give him some credit for that. Number 7, aggressive interruption and blocker phrases employs rapid pattern interrupts, like let me finish to dominate. Sometimes it's okay to say let me finish to dominate the speaking time.
Number 8, Socratic laddering chains short yes/no questions that force incremental concessions while refusing to let the opponent qualify those answers.
The Socratic technique is a good technique, though. Number 9, arguing to the clip, not the interlocutor. The real target is the highlight reel, so a soundbite beats a sound. So a soundbite beats a sound argument. I think that was it, at least that we highlighted.
And I see Freshmaker just said they are different. A lot of tactics might seem similar. I was going through the tactics from a book that I had in front of me. So I think that's super interesting. Fresh, if you could share the name of the book, some folks might be interested in learning a little bit more about debating tactics.
Okay, and that was it for the starred ones. There was, you had mentioned maybe I show people the Barron debate on Spaces the other night.
Yeah, if you want to. I was going to say, or you could, share that clip with me. I haven't had a chance to go back to it yet, but since you did have it pulled up, I know Norma was in here asking about it and someone else too.
Are you saying I should play that clip that I started to play last night or something else?
Yeah, it could be the one last night if you wanted to. Did you reach out to John?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I did a group text with us. I hadn't looked at my phone. Let me see if by chance
I did follow up. He's not gotten back, but he is expecting a call when we're done here. And I did send him the stream so he could see like when we're done. But yeah, we will. For those watching on X, which is actually most of the people, thank you for watching. We are trying to get, if you've watched John from North Carolina in the Spaces, we are going to get him his profile picture updated. So that'll be fun. Hopefully, if he answers our call. So once we get off the stream, we're going to hopefully do that real fast. Okay, so that video, I just want to make sure because he seemed like you were blindsided by it last night, but we are happy with the video now. So we will go ahead and play the video now, which is basically Kelly taking Baron Coleman to school on exculpatory evidence.
I mean, I don't know about to school, but just asking some questions.
Hold on. You're aware of stuff that you wish would come out?
Absolutely.
Is it is there a scenario where that stuff that you're aware of that you wish, is there a scenario where that can come out? Or is that like here's a thing, you can never share this thing?
I think there's different classes. There are some things that are like, hey, I'll let you see this because it might inform you and let you know you either are or are not on the right path, but you can never, ever reference it. You can't refer to it. You can't tell anyone on earth you have it, but I'll let you look at it. And then there are people who say, here's this, I'll let you know when the time is right. Those are two different classes of sources. And yes, the answer to your question is yes. There's a lot of stuff I wish would just come out because it would shut a lot of people up.
Things that are exculpatory to Tyler.
I don't even want to say that.
Can you give us a general idea?
No, this is my whole point. You're not allowed to talk about it.
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask a follow-up
I know,
question,
and I'd be
Barrett.
remiss. I'd be dishonest if I'd said any more. I probably, I mean, it's the nature. I mean, I guarantee you at the New York Post and at the New York Times and the Washington Post and ABC and NBC, they're also sitting on stuff they wish could come out. Not about this case necessarily, but about stories they're working on. But they were given the information.
We've got someone's life on the line, right? And I mean, you yourself had also said recently, I think on the space with you and Diligent, that like, hey, if you've got something, like now is the time.
Correct. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you.
So then
go back and rewind everything I just said to Bronson for the last 5 minutes. Because I mean, it just you can't burn people. You can't burn sources. You can't.
I mean, yeah, I've been a lifelong journalist, so I get that.
Right.
I appreciated that.
Okay.
But also, we've got someone's life on the line, and by no means am I like siding with Bronson or whatever right now.
No.
But I mean, I do think
what
at
you're
the end of the day,
saying,
it's important.
No, what you're saying, Kelly, what you've just explained is that you're able to answer your own question. If you've been a lifelong journalist, just answer the question yourself. Somebody's life's on the line, hypothetically, and you're in control and you have the source and you have to give up your source. Would you do it or not?
I mean, look, I think sunlight is the greatest disinfectant.
So you'd burn a source.
That it's not about burning a source. I don't know the information that Barron is referring to.
No, but you can ask yourself hypothetically.
Sure.
Barron, this is why I don't allow women in my space. No, I'm just kidding, Barron. I'm kidding.
Wow. I don't think Barron's going to be like that.
I've had a lot of women in.
Oh, we can't hear you.
This is why I don't like spaces sometimes. People are just rude and disgusting to each other for no reason.
Here. And I've been nice to women tonight too. Yeah, but you can ask yourself hypothetically, would you burn a source?
I literally am. And I think there is definitely a balance that you have to work through, and it's dependent upon the situation and the
so he's balancing. You're witnessing him balancing.
You're talking over me, man.
I'm not trying to, but you're witnessing the balancing.
Witnessing the balancing.
What's that?
Oh, that he just said you're witnessing the balancing. What is that? What is that even supposed to mean? But yeah.
I don't know, but Caldwell, what he just said was extremely disrespectful to Kelly, and I do not appreciate that.
Right. And of course, as those of us who have literally worked, around the clock for, pushing it almost a year, like we also have a vested interest in this too. So, and it's an unselfish interest in the fact that like, we want to make sure that justice is served. That's all. We're just asking questions and literally trying to work through some of these things that those of us who say maybe aren't privy to some of this information, like need to kind of understand. It's an important conversation.
And it's possible that by saying to people publicly, now is the time, this is urgent, it's encouraging people to say, fine, go ahead, use it. You know, if I had information that somebody was in Tyler Robinson's cell block about to kill him, I would release that. I would burn that source in a second. That's not the type of information I'm talking about.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So there you have it. And that was a pretty long space. So if you wanted to check out the full thing, Barron did give me a nice mention in it. He said, I don't remember what he said. Maybe I can find it later and clip it or something. Maybe someone else has already clipped it. I don't know. But he did give a nice mention to my shirt, my squib theory stuff. But he doesn't, at least in public, say that he agrees with it. But that's okay.
Yeah. I could have pushed back, I guess, one more time and saying, come on now, you think you're going to get information that someone in his cell block is looking to take him out, and then you're going to release the information? Like, that's what it takes? And you think you would get that would get to you fast enough? Like, then for you to be able to do something that would keep... I know. I'm just saying, like, I feel like I pushed him enough. But like, if that's your example, that's what you think it needs to come down to? Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly are other times when, it shouldn't have to be that severe.
It's good. I appreciated the dialogue and really appreciated Barron taking hours and hours of his evening to chat with folks. I think that was awesome.
Okay. Anything else we should get to? Once again, voting closes in like basically now. So I'll give it 7 minutes after the end of the stream in case someone starts voting right now. I'll give it like 7 or like 10 minutes or something after the stream, and then I'll close it. But hopefully, if you have not voted yet, we just got 4 more votes in the last few minutes here. So that's very good. Thank you, everyone.
Fantastic.
You have to subscribe to try and prove it before you vote, though, on YouTube. So,
again, we have over 1,200 folks who are watching the stream right now. We are trying to get to 1,000 subs on YouTube. So please, 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 if you enjoyed even 2 minutes of what you got to see this morning, this afternoon, please just take that moment to go to the Try and Prove It YouTube and hit that subscribe button. It does not cost a thing.
Yes. All right. So hope you guys enjoyed the coverage tonight, and we think you should tune in to our coverage for more events in the future, which we do plan to do. We have the awards ceremony stream this coming Thursday. We might do a field test like on Sunday or something. I don't know. We did kind of discuss it. If I'm feeling it, I might. And if Kelly's has time, we might. Haven't decided yet, but we could be doing a field test where I go out into the middle of the field. We've already done 6 of them so far. We took a pretty long break from it, but I need to get back. I need to get the muscle memory back because I might be going to Texas soon. So that might be coming up on the weekend, just depending on my schedule and on Kelly's schedule and energy and so on. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in this morning at an irregular time. I hope you all enjoyed it, and please subscribe to Try and Prove It on YouTube. And thank you, everyone, for coming on. All right, goodbye.